Hello. Hi, hi, hi. Eee. Hello, hello. I hope you're having a good day. I hope things are going well. Today we are working on commission art. First things first, I'm going to be doing cleanup and color and some shade on this commission for my buddy Chopper. And later, I will be starting some pixel animation. And you know, if we somehow manage to zoom through all of that, then maybe personal art? Maybe we have time for personal art? Maybe? That'd be rare. That'd be nice. But yeah, hi, hi, hi. Okay, I'm gonna merge all of these. This is an empty layer. I have two references there. Yeah. So the commissioner requested that we make the hat floating. Otherwise, it sounds like we are clear to just zoom. Implying there won't be a point redeem at some point. Mm-hmm. A threat has been issued. Okay. This is 0.6. Thinking 0.7 might work. And we have some extra room. I can scale this guy up. Need just a little more retail to fandangle with. We'll be taking this to soft shaded and doing like a basic background. We're looking for a TV static background. Should be no problem at all. I'm very tempted to start with a vector layer just so that we can do the TV part really, what should you put, really cleanly. See, actually probably want sharp corners. How do we, let's use delete. So that's a hard corner. Soft corner, hard corner, soft corner, hard corner, soft, harsh. Yeet. Boop. Okay, and then from here we can use control point. Yeah. Yeah. I pull you out a little more. And about same here. Okie dokie. And we can do largely the same bidness over here. Oh, out this way. Boop. Then, there we go. Oogie. And that should be, well, still gotta do the screen too. Actually, you know what I can do? I can steal this and pass it off as my own. No one will ever know. Shorter, wider. I'll probably be smushing the corners a little bit more. That's good. That is fine and easy. Actually, if I raise this up too, then I'll have more room for the Chrome box text. Aurora Borealis? At this time of day? At this time of year? Locates entirely within your Clip Studio file? Ooh, reading back. Oh man. Your message was devoured by the typos. Wow, 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 wow. Rest in peace. Okay, now I've made a copy of this, which means I can just snatch these corners in, and that'll give us...
Nerd.
You moved? I could do nothing to stop it. That's not true. I could have bite. Yeah, hi Kevin. Hope your day's going well. Okay, I feel like this is a little uneven actually. I'm gonna squish that. And pull this corner back in. No, no, no! Wait, wait, wait! I have to create a clear screen redeem starring Kirby Connor. The tech involved to be able to do a Kirby maneuver on all the snack items would be wild. Okay, and then I have these little grill bits. The implication there in my mind, actually, yeah, we're gonna go with the angle they were sketched at. The idea there is that a little bit of heat can vent out of that. I guess usually they'd be on the back of the TV, but like, if I put them here, then it feels almost a little bit like ears. And like, that's fun. That helps with the anthropomorphism. I'll even add these markers, implying that it's like a little overhang. Okay, and then the other thing is if we go into line width, narrow, and let's reduce the middle of this line to absolutely nothing. Yeah, easy. And if I do just a little bit of that in some other areas, it will add a little bit of character. Especially if I focus it on the middle of curves. Yeah. And then control point, just line width. I feel like this corner here, back out a little bit. Yeah. A Snuggle Connor redeem. It's a thing that chat always wants to do. Okay, line width again. I'm gonna thicken back here. It should be okay. As to this point... Okay, there are exceptions. There are exceptions. Past this point, I can do a roster liner. Should be good with that. Okay, and it looks like we were working largely with 0.6 there, so we'll replicate that. Never mind, you lied. Despite being a fox, that is somehow the most cat behavior I've ever seen from you. Okay, we have this like tapered out neck. It's almost a little like discomforting to look at, as it should be. Okay, little implied pinch point in the tie. Okay. Right now there's a thing happening here where the contour of the body is overriding the contour of the suspender, and I'm very tempted to change it. You're a cutie patootie. Oh, goodness. A friend of yours is currently playing the Shantae games. I think one of the favorite moments I've ever had regarding the Shantae games is talking about it with a friend going, man, this is very male gazy, and them going, well, actually, he worked on it with his wife who's bisexual. I'm just like, oh, that explains everything. It's universally gazy. Okay, I'm gonna do the suspender first on this part. It's really skinny. Okay that it gets skinny? Yeah, and then we'll throw the line for the body in. I don't know if that helps my problem at all. Whatever. Good enough. Yep. I'd play a Shantae game. They look fun. Do I want to go with a circle pin? Or circle pin? Doing that way is really easy because it's just a tangent with the pants. And sometimes tangents are fun. Sometimes they make things look lazy, though. I think I know what Hot Rod's gonna redeem. I feel like you're getting something. Tangents are great! They're great when they're used intentionally, when they're accidental, and they... there it is. When they're accidental and they ruin the visibility, it's like, ah! Booyah! Wow! Booyah, booyah! I'm glad it brings you joy. Whenever I do the Puyo, I think about how high-pitched noises actually travel further and through mediums better. And so I know every time that I do the Puyo, it's probably the most audible thing compared to my normal talking voice for the other residents of my house. Now it feels like the stream has started. I see. The ritual has been completed. I'm gonna put a little more of a horizontal angle on the shoulders. Honestly, that was just fun to do. Involves a little less chutzpah, a little less oxygen compared to the Kirby. Okay, Probably. Oh, hi, Glottal. Good to see you. I hope your Thursday's going well. We are working on commission art today, and TV head freak. Giving this man a boob tube head. Yeah, good to see you though. Love them. Just a kooky guy, a fella. Full of cathode rays. Or is it ray cathode? No, cathode rays. Okay. I was like, which order does it go in? It's nice because I've been given permission to go kind of rubber hose with this like dude. And honestly, like, that is just always, for me at least, like incredibly like autonomous thinking level design where I'm just like, okay, yeah. No, we are just gonna zoomp. There he is. That second nature. Fully automatic. Do I like that? The gaming gods. Watch the video you sent on Instagram. I've been a little social media overwhelmed lately. I'll definitely peek it at some point. I don't know. I have a habit of vanishing from digital spaces. I don't know what it is. Like, my consistency is always really bad. You guys are very lucky that I am, like, have been able to commit to a scheduled pattern for streaming. And even then, I don't, like, do a weekly schedule what I'm gonna do, because it's just a total mystery to me. And I'm just kind of like that everywhere that's digital. Except for I'll get fixated on something for a while. Like on Discord, I'll have like 200 different servers, but my bandwidth will have me checking maybe 4 of them regularly max, and that's where, like, it levels out for me. There is too much information in modern everyday life. Just a funny clip? Heck yeah. Speaking of funny clips, I've been really obsessed with this one remix of a streamer saying Luigi house, but at mansion. They took him saying that and, like, put it to the actual Luigi's Mansion theme, and I've infected, like, 4 other people with, like, the echolalia of that song. It is the current elevator music of my brain, and I am not escaping for a while. It is the same brain cell that was being used when Toby Fox posted that one video. Check it out, I'm in the house. Like carpet. Luigi house, but at man. Sean.
Connor.
Oh my, wait for raid.
Oh, false alarm. It's just Savage Waffles
Hi. Before the raid came in, I was gonna say, behold, a man. And then it's just the Sean plucked off of a mansion. We raid! Hi. Hello. Let me type up a shout out. Savage Waffles. What were you guys doing? And how is your day? I see Luna. I see Fox, who was already multi-streaming, I bet. I see Kenji. I see Red Dragon. Hello. Wee Wee. El Wee Wee. You were gambling. Blatro? 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 Or is it something else? That's weird. I posted the shout out and then it immediately was like, you have to wait an hour. OBS is telling me you have to wait 59 minutes and 51 seconds before giving way for another shot. Oh, you did it. A day? It's not a day, an hour. It's still telling me an hour. That's insane. Noah has a good point. Were you winning? Were you winning? Mm-hmm. There's so many games that could be considered like quote-unquote softcore gambling games. Oh, it was Balatro, and you got to Endless. Heck yeah. Mm-hmm. I've been cycling through a couple of comfort games to do in my downtime. For some reason, Deep Rock is one of my comfort games. Deep Rock Galactic, but also Balatro. So, like, I'll be, like, having, like, breakfast tea, and then, oh, Balatro's open. Okay, let's see how far we can take this. Rockin' Stone. I actually kind of regret that I didn't jump on the opportunity to submit for, was it alpha testing for the new, I actually don't know if it's a new mission or like a spin-off game. Deep Rock Galactic Rogue Core, that's what it is. I think it's like a side game with roguelike mechanics? I don't know, don't take my word for that. We did a little heart. Oh. Wiggle so you can see it. Mm-hmm. It could be so cute if you could put custom PNGs for the like potential drawings that get added. I feel like the chaos potential of what you could do with that, it's exponential. Seems there's a wild otter on the loose. I'm never going back in the enclosure. You can't make me. I gnawed the locks off. The world is mine. Hi, Panda. Good to see you. The amount of people that put a ding dong. Yeah, absolutely. 100% where my brain was at. Shallow Sand Solar System. The new improved Deep Rock Galactic. Yeah, the otter is Miku. I didn't see the movie that Miku was in, but I saw a clip of it of Miku trying to open a Ramune bottle, and for some reason she does the Rick Roll melody when saying it. How do I even open this? Just like, huh? Huh? No. They're containing me. Glottal, no. You can't hold me forever. Michael! Don't leave me here, Michael. Just read your kids a few chapters of Percy Jackson. You needed to buy the German version for them to understand and let you say the story in German sounds a bit grating. Just like vocally? Or are we talking like, was there like a shift in some of the content?
You can't keep me in here, Glottal. Ah?
The roboter can go in containment. I'm fine with that. Some things just sound absolutely overpowered in German. Many words from English directly translated into English, or perhaps directly translated into German sound really, really wrong. You're gonna lurk and grab food. Yes, absolutely. Please and thank you. Take care of yourself. I hope the rest of your day is fantastic. Thank you for emptying your folks out onto my lap. Red says bring some for us. And Kenji is gonna blast off as well. Absolutely. Same goes for you. Take care. Be yourself. Have fun. Eat good food. That is the cutest middle finger I've ever seen. Okay, I'm probably gonna change the perspective that this little box is in. Like, this is just really roughly, like, it's probably gonna be pointed away. That's what we're gonna do. You won't mess up my hat. Thank you. You know, something that I had happening a lot in high school and college that I miss is I absolutely will let people like mess with my hair and stuff. And so that would happen a lot. That is one minor piece of like touch starvedness that has slowly set in past graduation. Like one margarita, please. All right, but you gotta catch it. And question from me: how do you overcome the initial disappointment in your own sketches when you start doodling? Asking for your daughter because she's the greatest critic. Honestly, a lot of artists who are in deep have the opposite effect, where they feel like their sketch is the best thing ever, and then when they start lining, they feel like it has lost its energy. I think, ultimately, if they're a beginner artist, the big thing is to focus on quantity over quality. And obviously that's within reason. At no point, at no point should someone overwork themselves. But even if we perceive our own art, in terms of the individual piece, our own art pieces as bad, they were still necessary stepping stones to get to what we're going to view as our next biggest thing. So, like, it's not necessarily about falling in love with every piece that you make, but knowing that not every piece is going to be, like, your next biggest thing. You're going to get through dozens of pieces of art that you don't feel super confident in. But you're not going to make the ones that you are if you don't make the ones that you aren't first. I guess the most simplest way to say that is, just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Daughter's been drawing since 10 years nonstop. She's currently in puberty-driven self-doubt, even though her skills are already above and beyond that of her mother's. Oof, man. That period in life is rough. Anything she can do in sketching or avoid sketching in order to visualize her vision? I think another thing that some artists avoid doing, even though it's a perfectly valid, like, thing to do, you can draw the same thing twice. You can draw it multiple times. And you're also allowed to, like, trace over your own artwork. Like, light boxes exist for a reason. People have been holding paper against the window for generations. So you can dump out a quick and easy sketch and then do another sketch on top of it. And, like, that can be your window for, like, correcting things that you weren't enjoying the first time. In fact, if I hide these, even this drawing has 2 sketches in it. Noah, you just said the word Clip Sigma paint grind set. Do we maybe regret speaking before thinking? Do you think that statement would have come out differently if we had stopped and thought about it before we said it? You do think? I'm gonna need to see some proof of insurance. It's unavoidable. Hi, Razor. Good to see you. You thought, that's funny, and then you hit send. And then Panda said their daughter has immunized against Ligma grind sets. See professional dad skills. I don't think I've seen anyone combine those phrases into Ligma grind set before. That's a new combination for me. Yeah. Ultimately, the ego of an artist is both really important and really hard to manage. Like, that's why doing art critiques can be such a sensitive thing, is because, like, if you are bad at critiquing, you could put someone off from doing art forever, potentially. Trying to think of anything else that could be useful. Here's a question. Do they draw on paper or do they draw digitally? Because I do think that there are different ways to approach this based on the medium. Like, when people have art block, one of the things that I tend to recommend is to switch mediums. If this is someone who's only working in one medium, it wouldn't be a solution, but setting them onto a different medium for a while could change the feeling that they're having from inadequacy and frustration into exploration. Like, for example, if you throw watercolor paints into the hands of a digital artist, they're going to be exploring different textures and techniques that they weren't feeling tangibly before, and that changes the process. That changes how enriching it is. So I suppose that is another thing. Hot Rod, I thought you were typing backwards for a second. Barely sit on your potato. Finding a comfy spot. Bro is comfy posting. Bro is literally comfy posting. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna want to redo this hand over here. Let's resketch some of this. So let's have the thumb. Actually, the joint would still be here. I'm gonna point down more is what I'm thinking. I want to change this angle a little bit too. White, right? I think we're a little too far on that axis, but that's decent. Still trying to write your TV series. Oh, that's a pain. Good luck, bro. sometimes I'm really tempted to sit down and write screenplay stuff. But, talking about the artist being their own worst enemy, I tend to get really defeatist about the state of breaking in to places that are willing to fund and produce things. I have several cartoon series pitches that are like full presentations and documentations and like cast lineups that are doing absolutely nothing. Oh gosh, before Glitch Studio, the people who make Amazing Digital Circus and did Murder Drones and did Gaslight District, before they got super popular, I had sent them an email looking to pitch and like broadly got turned down. It's like, it feels like no one's accepting stuff like that even. So I'm wondering, like, are the things that are getting into these studios entirely nepotism? Like, just knowing the right people? I don't know. If I'm not careful, that turns into a whole spiral. It is my kryptonite. Never know if it might work out, and you won't know if you don't try. Correct. I think my a phrase that gets thrown around in my family sometimes is, if you don't ask, the answer is always no. Is in the genre. I wonder if I want to change the peg angle here. That could happen. Not sure if I'm happy with this hand either. The scale's still off too. Yeah, no. Let's go back into Turnip Pen. I'm gonna use a hot purple. Maybe I needed some reference. I can sit down and I can Google some stuff. Mm-hmm. A lot of these references really love the aesthetic of the strings coming directly from someone's fingers. Just like, it is a cool aesthetic. Not loving it though. I don't actually know the term for the actual, like, wooden piece where the strings normally connect either. I had seen someone in the past refer to it as a controller bar, and that's like, I don't know about that. I'll state this, if you ever come up with some money, you'll fund my cartoon pilot. If you win the lottery, you'll fund it and I'll give you stakes in the indie studio. None of these references that I'm looking at even use like a keyword to describe the handle. Marionette. Close person's hand, manipulating marionette string, great background. Can I just look up marionette hand doohickey? If I look up marionette controller name? Horizontal controller for dancing marionette. Controller devices for marionette. Modular horizontal controller for marionettes. They're just being called a controller. Making a marionette controller. They might just be controllers. Marionette controller in hand? Indowesting. The WikiHow page. I could open that and see what verbiage it uses. It might just be controller, though. I'm genuinely across the board just seeing the word controller. Alright. Focus mode is happening. Yeah, I'm definitely just gonna pick something with a good enough reference. Yeah, we're just gonna snag that. And boop. Okay. Grabby grabby. There you go. You are now our reference. When you ask, is the various background items in the show use cat or otter iconography? Adorable. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be totally changing the approach for this, I think. And much as I like the grabby fist, like, do you feel like all of the hands use this more nuanced, sort of gentle feeling? Neko Bucks. Cute. Oh my god. Okay. And we have two fingers kind of pinching together on the flip side. Mick Connors. I could do fries better than them. Neko Noah or Noah the Neko? Noah the Neko feels like a Sonic OC. That could be a good or a bad thing. That is for you to decide. Okay, actually, let's have this tilted up more and more of like an actionable pose. I also don't have to do this shape either. Like we could switch to the X shape. Do you gotta make it now? Is that what this is? I can't make you, but I can triple dog dare you to. Yeah, switching to the X shape is gonna be easier in the end. Yeah. Okay, and I think we're also gonna be turning this in perspective more. Yeah. I sound so disappointed. It's fine. It's fine. Add it to the list. Okay. I'm also wondering if we're gonna wanna do some tweaking to this too. let's just think about the volumes here a little. That's good enough to start. Yes and no, we're going to be changing the hat to be floating, so like we could manipulate that some too. Or the opacity on you a little. Okay, before we do anything else, let's get some very basic geometric shapes in here for this. Oop. And I just get away with Rotato. Maybe not just Rotato. Get pretty darn close though. I'm gonna sneeze. Uh-oh. You didn't hear that? It didn't happen. You're gonna say the C word again. And it's not the one you could assume. Switchy, switchy. What are you staring at me for? I'll bite you. I'll bite you. I will. I've done it before. I'll do it again. Yeah, it's as good a start as any. And we could do the same for the cover of that remote, too. Bless me. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, what's that one meme? Oh, it was thoughts and prayers, not bless you. Please stop sending my grandpa thoughts and prayers. He's too powerful. Looking for that energy. Okay. Start this. I have done this a totally different way. This is fine. I will just be erasing the other parts. Actually, might be better off for the part. We're just gonna draw the whole geometric solid as if it exists, I think. That's fine. This is a normal way to do things. Become cube. Oh. I got a bonus. I got a bonus piece. Excuse you. Okay, yeah. Pressing enter does, like, finalize any line you have in process. Oop. Which means... Boop. Boop, boop. Oh, wrong one. There you go. I think that means that there is a... Yeah, there's a bonus piece in there. Okay, just do delete point. Bonus byte in here somewhere else? Oh, maybe not. Okay, well, cube. Get your cubes here.
Nerd.
It's a nav jump scare. What an excellent drive-by. Okay, yeah, these are good. These are good starts. Though now that we're in this perspective, I am realizing that I probably want a bit more volume on this corner of the TV head. Okay. Yeah, okay. Reading your typo knees. You're the new pope. You bless with nice vibes. You know, that would be a good a good energy to bring. I don't know what your other stances are, but at least the energy is nice. Okay, I think I'm gonna change this shape to be more of a down curve. Miku vibes! Ah. See, I thought it could have been that, but like, I had a choice to make. I chose the wrong choice. That begs the question of what defines Miku vibes specifically. It's like, I don't know. Miku is kind of an everyman character where she takes different roles, so that could mean a lot of things. Like, we could be talking anywhere from, like, demanding princess energy to, like, jealous lover turned murderer energy, or, like, really just wants a slice of cake. Just being random. Heck yeah. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Clip Studio's vector tools will completely replace roster drawing for me when I can use the liquefy tool on the vectors. Specifically, staring in your doors people energy. I admire the commitment to just the one thing. Like, you gotta be referencing something. But as far as I'm concerned, that is just one hyper-specific grab. Okay, hand time. Oh, I'm gonna turnip pen. We want to be on G pen. Okay, most of that's gonna underlap this part. Underlaps this part, overlaps. Let's change the volume here a little. Oh, that is wrong brush. This fool doesn't change brushes with keystrokes. A plebeian, wasting time reaching across the screen. No questions asked. I could put one finger on each side of the controller bar here, but I think we're gonna stick with the sketch and underlap both of them. Yeah. Yeah, it'll just be smoother for me to trust the sketch. Okay, do a little bit of cleanup. Shaka shaka. Okay. Before I go erasing this part here, we're gonna leave it for a bit because I also gotta do some kind of adhesive, some kind of connector for these two, and then we'll also be thinking about the connectors, the actual string. For now, we will leave that. Okay, glove cuff. Sleevey bite. I call it a bite. I mean, I would bite it, but like, huh. Okay, I'm gonna wanna give this a clearer rim on the edge. That was flip. I did not need flip, I needed unrotate. Arm. Arm. You don't have to shame me for that one, I'll feel bad about it later. Good grief. Okay, let's see. Here, part of the extra material on the shoulders. And I'm actually thinking maybe... Oh, you're not a race. You are. We'll start this little poof closer to the end of the suspender. Okay, and the whole shoulder's a little more uppy because the arm is also uppy. Put a coat hanger in their shirt. Oh, you're gonna put me in the closet. Is what you're talking about. Buddy, I spent too long in there. I'm not going back in. No, okay, this isn't pinched as much as this. Do I want to... smooth it a little bit. I think a little bit of pinch is good because it can help imply, like, the bunching? Like, if this dude's arms were raised all the way up, it would be like a hard line. I do that backwards for how it should be. It would be... If it were connected to the body. Autocorrect is playing with your words. I feel like tech has just been getting stupider and stupider. I have lost a lot of trust in automation lately. I used to be really excited for the concept of self-driving cars, because it felt like an out for me not yet having my license, but like... My trust is gone. I don't know if I want to get into a device that manages me hurling at exactly or at up to like 70 miles per hour. I'm gonna turn into the type of person who keeps like armaments right next to my printer so that if it ever makes a noise I don't recognize, I can just take it out immediately. Oh boy. Okay, we should probably do the shoes next. I also gotta resketch this hat. World's worst triangle. I'm gonna resketch the hat that's under there. Because it's gonna be floating per the commissioner's feedback. For now, like when autocorrect first came out, but now, have you seen the self-driving car fails? I almost don't want to. Like, not necessarily because they're like upsetting, but like, I feel like the rate at which my trust and optimism would drop would be like a huge casualty. Okay, I'm not liking this area. Otherwise... Okay, this bit here, historically, that's a garment that goes over top of the shoe, actually. So, let's go back to here. If that flowed into here, that's a little more normal, and then we would bring this line down. I guess the alternative would be pinching that line inwards more. I think I'd rather do that because I do like me some well-placed tangents in a design. Okay, I need to reduce the strength on my warp tool for sure. One where the cars get stuck in a bump and all the people inside have to get out and help push it. I mean, that one tracks. Like, that one I get. I don't know, when I'm thinking fails, I'm thinking more like vehicle very obviously does not understand what it's looking at. There's a difference between the terrain being challenging versus stupid tech being lorded as smart tech and then consequences happen. That's what I'm predicting. Maybe we're gonna want a combination of both, where it both gets cropped in and the corner changes. Let's just redraw this line, actually. Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. I'm actually gonna make a copy of this real quick before we continue Control Zing. Okay, there. Pasted, so I have two versions of this now. I only want the heel and this line. Okay. And we're gonna want this to come up to here. Not that high. Yes. Yes, this is what I want. Okay. We have the other shoe, the ankles. I'm wondering if I'm going to want to make the stripes and polka dots lineless. Might be worthwhile. Imagine this guy has the same laugh as what's the guy that you fight in Kirby Superstar? The little gesture boy that goes crazy. I should remember this dude. That's gonna drive me bonkers. I love that game. I'm only thinking of freaking Jevil from Deltarune right now. Literally the worst. Thanks, Toby. Marks. It was Marks, right? What if Otter was Otter, but not Otter, but then Mansion? Space Otter, but at Mansion. Luigi House, but it Mansion. Luigi House, but it Mansion. If I were to ever start trying to do stuff with music, I feel like doing dumb remixy stuff like that involves pitch shifting and cutting audio would probably be the easiest start for me. Heard the Burning Men's Soul, but it's just carpet? No. Do you want to send that one to me? I assume it's the same audio source as the Toby Fox video I was talking about before. Check it out. I'm in the house. By carpet. Tangerine, yeah. I like a little bit of Glass Animals. I think my favorite one is Toes, which I hate saying that. I hate saying that. I'm a man, I'm a twisted fool. Got fingers. Nope, don't remember the lyrics. Would you drop that in the Discord for me? Tangerine, but every now is replaced with Tangerine. I'm just gonna block that with my gargantuan noggin. Yep. I'm not allowing this slander to pass onto the screen. This is just like we were playing Subnautica and they were talking about waterboarding me and I jumped in and went, "You'll never get the money from me." And they're like, "Nah, you committed to that bit too quickly." I was like, "What?" There I go. Thank you. A sort of franchise called Star Otters. Cute. I have a concept about cats in space. It would be so easy to convert the different cats into different otter species. But let's be so real. Cats supreme marketing. Okay, I think I want to change this volume here to be a bit bigger. We'll balance the sides a little more. Yeah. Okay. Mind you of a thing you did with your friends in 5th grade where you all... where all you did was doodle the Star Wars characters but gummy bears. That's cute. Taking Chewbacca a bit literally. Pulling out a lightsaber from under your armpit. That's where the pocket is. That's where the favorite rock goes. Okay, do a little bit of work with this mic, this microphone, and this is actually on a new layer, so I'm safe to draw through. It is showing me that I might want to change fingers a little bit. Darth Connor. I wouldn't be the villain, right? Right? I wouldn't be the villain. I'm just a little guy. Phineas and Ferb had a Star Wars crossover because they turned Ferb into Darth Maul. I think I've seen that image. I'm pretty sure I always assumed that it was a fan edit, though. That's wild. Mom, Phineas and Ferb blew up the Death Star. Let's change the curve of that just a little. Okay. How about just scooch that over a little bit with the warp tool? Yeah. A little bit wider here. Just a little bit. And we'll want to see that part. Yes. This layer. That. I see a little bit of overflow there that we missed. And I'm actually feeling like that part there, we should have this finger jutting out more because it would end here. It's like staggered in terms of distance. Yeah. Yes. Darth Noah and Obi-Wan Connor. Well, hello, Zora. Good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. I hope things are going well. We are currently cruising along with some commission art, and when we get done with it, we may jump to roughing out some pixel animation. I think you could hear me run out of air halfway through that sentence. I had to pause and not restart. But you'd hear me reset for a moment. Good grief. Okay. Top of the microphone. Eating up mac and cheese in the microwave. Scale you up a bit. Yeah. Okay. And I think we're gonna go with the concept that this is a foam top. I had considered doing one of the metal-bodied mics, like the more vintage style ones. But this... It's more like a news anchor mic, which I feel bodes nicely with the concept of being a TV head. It's you know, it's for TV. The other ones are more so, at least in my mind, for stage. Okay, we were asked to make the hat floating. So, I think that actually reduces the complexity of the shape that we're working with there. Nice. I'm very tempted to actually make it a little bit smaller. Maybe the inside a bit bigger, just to compensate for the reality of how much hat band that would be. Okay. And start here. Not quite. When in doubt, just flip the canvas. Oh great, they're quoting Star Wars at me. You are weak. Cut to me giving the saddest puppyiest eyes. The biggest, wettest eyes. Love a good TV head? Yeah. No arguments here. I think the TV heads have gotten like 20% sillier now that people are drawing them with like flat screen heads too. Like, I can't take that half as seriously as I can with like some actual like cranium depth. There's nothing in there. There is no room for brain cell, even if you digitize it. I could buy like one universal remote and like point it at you, and you'd be toast if you were a modern TV. Okay, I don't want the antenna to overlap with the hat if I can avoid it. I want to go with a more straight scuff on that. Oop, excuse me. Nope. Down just a little bit to compensate how much material would actually be there. Okay. Yeah. Crop. I can merge this down. Yeah. Did I hear that the cats are lobbying for bigger TVs? They say they can't lay on top of a flat screen to bring back big TVs. I don't know. I don't think they realize that flat screens get hotter surface per surface. And they will regret their choices if they win. Okay. Get some of this face in here. Boop. I probably should look at actual color bars for this. I'll leave it as it is for now, though. Just because I'm still not sure if I want to go lineless or not. Right, I think we were working with 0.6. Okay, duplicate. Let's see, scale you way down. Duplicate. Oh, that is the wrong layer. Boop. Scale you down a bit. And what we're gonna do is reduce the line width a lot. Yeah, easy as. Have tax. Hold on. Have tax. This is gonna be Star Wars, isn't it? Let's have a peek, see. Oh, okay. Boop. We were supposed to destroy the sus, not join them. I understand you're upset. Please consider I'm severely dismembered and also on fire. You'll get better. You'll get better, I believe in it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's a very good face. Me when I drop half my breakfast on the ground in the morning. I am unreasonably clumsy at times. Okay, merge. Merge. I'm actually very tempted. Yeah, if we skew it like this, it'll be just a little bit of added perspective we wouldn't otherwise have. Okay. A couple of CDs. You forgot the whiskers again. Oh, Noah. I'm gonna add a big sticky note directly to your forehead. For the record, I am not picky. You're the one holding yourself to this standard. Such a good boy. Okay. Let's real quick. I still gotta line that little marionette too. Really quickly. Get this out of the way. Maybe a little bit thinner. 4 point? Okay. Duplicate. Clear it. Gonna want just a little bit like that. Maybe. Let's clear the other one. So that's in there. We'd go a little something like that. I'm getting cognitively a little literal with what we're going with what you're working with. Yeah, okay. I think turning it down to 0.3 for the outline is good. About there. Do merge with layer below. A little bit of cleanup. Actually, a lot of it right here. What am I talking about? Yes. A little bit right there, too. Okay, yeah, that should be good. Stapling a sticker to Noah's forehead. Tears it off to right on and staple it back on. Oh no. No abuse. It hurts my heart a little. Only a little, though. Must become evil on purpose. Okay. Crop these overlapping bits. Get out of here, you. And that'll be good, but you, right here. Giving you that treatment as well. I think we are good to merge all of that now. Part 2 release. It's the Whisker DLC. Okay, all of these merge. I can get rid of this purple sketch piece. Mm-hmm. You know, I could have... Okay, go back to before we merged. Because what I can do is I can go back to line width and then give this a little bit more character. Yeah. Narrow. No, that's not narrow. Now you're narrow. A little thicker on this corner? Maybe this whole line in general. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Now merge. Be gone. Raise you a little bit. See, just a little bit of cleanup that I want to do. Right at that corner. Okay. Should do this marionette is what is up. Also, I really want to design a little logo for the front of this. We're gonna do that. Okay. Line black. In white. What I want is the text CBTV. Because they specifically asked for Bro's face to be written Chromebox for the type of TV that they are. So that would stand for Chromebox TV. Let's do slightly smaller text for the TV part. It's like a little bit of a hierarchy is going on there. This corner's a little sharper. Pay to see my whiskers. Next it'll be my tail. It's like those VTuber model reveals where they just start with like the shoes. But it's only donation based. Do people do that? People do that? That would make me feel bad to do. I feel like that's been done though. Okay. Right here. A little more centered. I'll use the warp tool on that after we rasterize it, I'm thinking. Okay. And just a little halo behind. Like a color splash. A little more over here. Okay, we're gonna rasterize you. Okay. Merge down. Duplicate. Ooh, this would be a lot easier if this was a, if this was straight on. We are rotated right now. And the square is determined by canvas orientation, not viewer orientation. A little weird, but it's on there. Okay, merge down, merge down. Work brightness to opacity. I could do the text. I feel like I'm stalling on doing the mannequin right now. Text. Okay. Font. Segoe UI. That is nice and clean. Rotate? I'm not seeing the handle to rotate it. Can I rotate you, please? No. Now can I? If I go in, okay, here we go. Switch tools. I can shrink you. I don't need all that. A little more. Boop. Yeah, that works fine. I could capitalize the B. Do I capitalize the B? Yeah. Just feels right. There's a bee. Oh, it's a fury. Alright, doing a peeky to see if Fury is muted. Yes. Oh, I never actually unmuted myself in Discord. Hi, Fury!
I figured you had a reason for that.
Incompetence.
That's a reason.
Exactly. It's always a reasonable answer.
What are we working on today?
Same thing we work on every day, brain. Commission art. Yeah, we got this TV head character fellow that we are drawing some art for. And if we get it done before the end of stream, then I'm going to jump over to some pixel animation that we'll be prepping.
Yes. Also, I'm Brain, apparently.
You had the perfect setup for Pinky and the Brain.
Does this mean that you're Pinky?
Oh, wait. Wait, you're right. The answer is supposed to be the same thing we do every day. Based on that, yes. Based on that alone, yes. The jury's not out. It's been decided.
Every day, Pinky.
Also, Raven's in my stream. Hi, good to see you. I hope things are going well. And how's stream going? Pretty darn okay. You're making good progress on this drawing. you to draw a little mannequin who is in some kind of turmoil. I was trying to make a very, I don't know about, not agonized, a very concerned pose.
You know that distressed, like, goth girl pose? Like, the hand on the forehead?
I have never heard.
It kind of reminds me of that.
I've never heard of distressed goth girl pose. Like, I'm certain you're pulling the mental imagery from, like, a meme picture, yeah? I don't know what this is.
I don't know if it's a meme so much as it is just a trope.
Huh.
But there's like the gloomy, melodramatic woman, like that she kind of has like the painting pose type of thing, where like she just kind of has like the back of her hand on her forehead.
Okay, now I know what you mean. Yeah. I don't know if that's necessarily a goth thing. I think that trope originated from the concept that like wealthy women would faint because their corsets would be tight and their blood pressure would raise easy. I think that's the originator.
I guess that's probably like closer to what's actually happening, but I think at the time they were just thinking like, this is just the thing that happens to women when they get excited.
You can tell that women are so incredibly frail that they just pass out from anything.
Well, if you cut off circulation to their brains, yes.
No, it's a hysteria, darling. It's all the blood is going straight to their uterus. Obviously. I'm a science doctor. Did you know that women shouldn't ride bikes? They actually believed that.
Really?
They actually believed that. They thought that women shouldn't be on bikes because it would, like, harm them or become, like, like, sexually negative for them.
There's actually a lot of really bonkers things that people full stop used to believe about women.
Yeah.
Just like, this is a...
I'm sorry, Fury, but you broke. Oh no, we lost them entirely! Oh my gosh! And Raven asks, what chat do I think they're from? This is a really tricky one because you are one of maybe 3 to 4 different Raven-based usernames who visit me. I'm going to take a stab and say that perhaps you came from I'm Foxed Up's community? Maybe. I'm not even confident in that at this point. I hope that is of no offense. Okay, then Professor Oak. May have misread the question. Hold on. Oh, how old? How old? Yes, I did misread the question. I thought the whole question of, like, how did you, like, find, like, gestures vaguely this place? Okay, you're asking me to guess how old you are.
That is a technicas.
Oh, yeah, you vanished. I'm gonna guess, Raven, that you are 28. Alright, trying to remember where you vanished at. We were talking about the many horrifying afflictions that come with merely being a woman. Oh, Raven says they came from Go 6 community. That makes sense. Yeah, I know when trains were being popularized, there was like this concept that going at that speed would cause women's uteruses to fall out.
If women were in fact Cronenberg creatures, I could believe this, but they're kind of not.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Raven's 13. Squints at you. A little young for Twitch.
Okay, I'll be on behavior.
We get one F-bomb. Noah says, man, I wish women were real.
Man, I wish women were real.
And Noah drew another thing. See, they are in a straitjacket with a sticky note stapled to their forehead. Well, maybe I just don't want to do it on purpose from now on. Or maybe I just won't do it on purpose from now on. That has always been an option. These conditions have always been of your own making. And here I am, but an illusion of my true self you have made to contextualize this thought process. As I am not here, and you're still in the padded room we had to and turn you into... Yeah, that would explain the straitjacket.
This makes my brain itch.
I can fix that. Let me in there.
Okay.
I'll get the bone saw.
Okay, I trust you.
Yay, free lobotomy.
Now, what are you doing in there, Doodle?
Poking around. Leaving my used chewing gum on the wall.
Well, I think my brain is pretty much used chewing gum anyway, so that tracks.
Texturally, no one will ever tell the difference.
Oh yeah. It's basically like pre-chewed gum.
The same flavor and everything.
I'd offer you some, but I think that's kind of gross.
I mean, we're good enough friends. It should be fine.
Okay, now you want some gum? It's actually my brain, but...
What's the disease that you get from the proteins in the brain? It starts with a C.
Oh, that's like I think that's where mad cow disease comes from, right?
It's a similar branch. It's the because it's technically not even a disease. It's a chain reaction of the protein just causing havoc in the brain structure. No, it's not coming to me. Oh, Noah got it. It was actually a P word. Prions disease. Yes. Prions. And also, pedaling back, Raven said that they're surprised that so many people think that they're in their 20s. I'd say that's because one of the largest demographic of streamers is usually in their middle or late 20s. And, people tend to clump around people who are also like themselves. So a lot of Twitch viewers are typically 20s to 30s. So statistically, it makes sense. Personality-wise, jury's out there.
I confess I don't really know Raven, so I can't comment.
Yeah. That is no surprise.
I'm sure you're a lovely person, Raven.
Yeah. One of the reasons why my stream isn't adult-oriented is because I feel like so many of them are. And I have known a good number of people who really just needed a good influence in their life when they were about that age. They were teeny boppers. I feel like it is...
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
It is very easy to backslide into bad communities as a teenager, especially when so many communities are like, we feel safer not talking to teens.
Yeah, and well, like being a teenager, like well,
sucks.
This was probably like this is my experience of being a teenager, and yeah, it does suck. Like the basic premise of what's expected of you is that you're expected to behave like an adult, but you're treated like a child.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, what's up with that?
Wishful thinking, I guess. Okay, do these little foot plates here. I look back at, like, a couple of the communities that I sort of rooted myself in as a teenager and realized that a lot of the people who I was around were adults that were not very good people. And I'm sitting there like, I wonder how different things would have gone if if I had stuck around better adults. This is online stuff specifically.
Well, the thing about like that is that you don't necessarily even know what a good adult even looks like necessarily.
True. I mean, I definitely favor people whose, like, sense of morality is something that I admire now, like, in hindsight. And, like, I could feel there was a draw there. Like, oh, you're really cool. You don't talk bad about people that you haven't even associated with in your life before. It's just sort of like, I feel like some of that, even as a younger person, you kind of get a feel for what feels safe and welcoming.
Mm-hmm. I guess that's true too. Well, that being said, like, which communities were you a part of, or is that like getting too personal?
Ooh, so I've mentioned on stream before, I really like online roleplay settings, and that's why I found my way into Greek Celtic's Heathereb server to begin with. Was reconnecting with some of that. And so I had first tried and found a community in that genre on a now completely defunct and arguably very questionable virtual pet site. It was called Verpets, VER, for virtual and then pets.
Okay.
They really lorded themselves about being like low moderation. And from the get-go, that attracted some weird people. Usually people who lord free speech over anything else are usually exiles from other communities where they actually expected good behavior from these people. So there were some rotten eggs who were like full-grown adults who were spending hours a day on this virtual pet site because they could congregate with other people who had similar feelings. It was very weird.
Well, expecting behavior from people isn't exactly a huge ask, you know what I mean? It was like, no, you didn't get kicked out for like your beliefs or whatever. You got kicked out because you're kind of a terrible person.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've definitely encountered people like that before. Just like no, I think maybe you were the problem.
Yeah. I don't know. It's this weird victim complex where people want the freedom to treat anyone how they want to treat them, but then are absolutely appalled when they're treated in any particular way they don't like. I always compare it to, like, being an offshoot of main character syndrome.
Yeah.
Like, I have supreme
Yeah,
right
it's a good
to
way to put
do
it.
X, Y, Z, but oh, help you if you wrong me in any way.
Yeah, well, because like they're the main character, right?
In their own lives. I don't know. I don't understand how people end up like that, but that is probably just a function of how my own brain is set up.
Um, Though if I could share something kind of weird about myself, I think I might have the opposite of main character syndrome.
Go
There's
ahead.
definitely been moments where I've kind of felt like a bit player in my own life.
Oh.
I mean, that sounds like a joke, but it's actually not.
Yeah.
I swear it's true.
I mean, like the kinds of ways that would change your thinking is what I am immediately interested in. Is like, yeah, no, that shakes some things up for sure.
Yeah, well, like, one thing that like I remember explicitly thinking is that like I'm not the person that goes on the life-changing road trip with their best friends and comes back a changed person. I'm the guy that like changed the oil on their car before they left.
Yeah, there's some outsider syndrome in that energy. I don't know. These days,
I don't know. Is that like a thing? Outsider syndrome, I mean?
Oh, absolutely. I don't think that it's like a classifiable thing, like the word syndrome might be a misnomer. I think it might be more a colloquial term. But exactly what it sounds like, it is the feeling that, you know, you're not connecting with people around you like other people seem to. For one reason or another.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just that like I've never like heard an expression that like you know, like every now and again like you have you're feeling a certain way and then like you felt this way for a long time and you just kind of like feel that like maybe this is just like one weird way that I'm different from everybody else, and like then you find out like, oh no, there's a word for that. It's like, what?
Coughs and asexual. Huh?
Yeah, just like coming out as ace is kind of like that, just like it's like oh, there's a word for how I am.
Oh wait, that was also me with the like gender fluidity. It's just going, oh man, you know, I don't really feel like I would transition. My feelings don't stay in one place long enough. They keep changing. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Should have been way obvious. But yeah, no.
I mean, it's one of those things that's obvious in hindsight, but when you're coming at it with like the perspective of you don't even know that there's a word for that.
Mm-hmm.
I think like understanding the word for it, like it kind of makes it feel a little bit more real and a little bit more valid, if that makes any sense.
Oh, 100%. I'm forgetting what book this is. My therapist had talked about this one book where the main function of controlling this society was by making certain words so obsolete that it prevented talk of certain like organization and like uprising and self-identification. And America's kind of going...
1984 did that.
Oh, go ahead. Say again.
1984 did something like that with Newspeak.
That's assuredly exactly what she was talking about, come to think. I I worry that America is going through a little bit of the same right now. regarding the fact that you can't get a grant on anything that has a certain like list of words, like including the words diversity, women, equality, stuff like that. Like literally, how more explicit can you be with like just straight up tyranny at that point?
I think the goal is tyranny, but I think the trouble with like banning words like that is that they actually do have like a meaning outside the context of like activism and social justice.
Yes.
So like these words have meanings in like chemistry, right?
Yes.
Like
banning
you can't get a grant for like a chemistry project that you're working on, say, because it includes the word like diversity.
Yeah. It's banning the word testosterone and then suddenly no one's getting their gas station dick pills. So Raven's going to bed. Good night. Take care. Good luck.
Yeah. I don't know you, Raven, but I'm sure you're awesome.
Okay.
But yeah, like point being is that like tyranny is the goal. I'm sure. But the thing is that like I think it would actually blow up in their faces before like any kind of headway could be made in that regard. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Like, okay. Well, like now, like mechanical engineers can't get grants either.
Yeah.
So Zipper was actually like talking about like how policies like this may have actually been like done using AI, like using AI to just like scan for like certain words and stuff like that, and then like these are the bad words. And yeah, like AI tends to have like a weird blind spots like that, so I can kind of see it.
It is the same genre as people being suspicious that the tariffs were decided by AI too, because of the whole problem with that one island that only has a population of penguins getting tariffs. I had seen...
Yeah, those freeloading penguins have taken advantage of us for far too long.
But one of the reasons why that's supported by the concept is because that island does have a unique web domain. And so people looked and they were like, okay, yes, these do line up with web domains rather than any particular actual like socio-political relationship. Just like that is the biggest...
I mean, well, look at them. Like, clearly the penguins are freeloading. They all got tuxedos.
Damn communist penguins. So, Okie Peepo's in my chat. Hi, good to see you. We are chatting about, tragically, real-world politics, which is always... but also drawing a TV-headed character for a commission. Ooh, and then Noah's talking about some of the recent stuff with the Twitter bot, Grok, being very sassy and correcting its own owner. I don't know.
I remember the first time I read about Grok. It was like with Dungeons and Dragons news.
Oh.
So like the head of Wizards of the Coast has stepped down, so there were like Twitter users that claimed that they were the new head of Wizards of the Coast and they were going to implement these changes for the next edition of Dungeons and Dragons. And like Grok just kind of took it at face value.
Oh.
So like Grok was giving like things like the next edition of Dungeons and Dragons, the only playable character option is dwarf, and the the dungeons will not be ADA compliant and a bunch of other like weird stuff. They're like, what?
That's pretty good, actually. And still kind of proves the fact that, like, these systems are still kind of just misinformation machines that chew up information and spit it back in your mouth like a mother bird. You cannot guarantee quality at any point with these things.
No. My favorite thing about Grok that I've heard is Elon talking about like how Grok comes from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, my favorite book. I was like,
He thinks he's so smart.
I don't think Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is your favorite book.
You know that feeling
among
when
other things,
it's that feeling when someone is like lording how smart they are because they've read or watched XYZ, and then you ask them to identify like some of the basic themes of it, and it's so incredibly surface level that they might as well have just listened to the audiobook or skimmed it.
Maybe they read the Wikipedia article or something. I don't know. Oh, TV tropes. That's it.
He always gives me that energy.
Well, the reason why I find that really funny is because Grok actually isn't from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's from Stranger in a Strange Land.
Oh my, that is atrocious.
Yeah, like it's not invented by Douglas Adams. It was invented by Heinlein.
How do you screw up that badly? And like, how do we not, as an entire species, point and laugh at this man at this point? Like, how does he still have defenders when he fumbles things that severely?
Yeah.
Oligarchy.
If Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy were his favorite book, he would know that Grok is not from that.
I mean, the name sounds like it could be, but not, yeah.
It could. I know I'm giving like a actually energy here, but so yeah, I'm kind of making myself a little bit of a hypocrite by calling this out, even, but you know, I still find it really funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. Like you know, it's like it does give the energy of like the lording over like his own like
superior intellect,
knowledge and like superior intellect, and like you know, he's actually just wrong.
Mm-hmm. So Wong has joined the chat. Hi. Good morning. Based on the fact that you're apparently sleepy.
Hello, person whose name I don't know how to pronounce.
And that's how they like it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna risk getting it wrong.
I think one of my favorite things is that Wong has stated before that their ethnic background is both Hispanic and Chinese, which means that there are multiple different ways that you could potentially pronounce it. Just based on that alone.
That's also kind of interesting because, like, you know, like people within like his own family might not necessarily like pronounce it the same way either.
That's fun.
I don't know if this is actually true.
It's a cute idea.
It's really just kind of speculating on my part, and for that, I'm sorry.
I'm not. Okay. We're bringing this to opacity. There we go.
Pinky in the brain. Pinky and the brain. One is another's insane.
That's me, but about Luigi House, but at Mansion. Sometimes you just like latch on to a piece of audio and it turns into like the elevator music of your brain.
Yeah, it does. I mean, for a while it was like the Miiverse lobby thing. Like, for me, it was that for a while.
Trying to think of which
Dun.
Ah, there's so many really good edits of that where it's like, but the bass gets boosted every beat or something like that. Some really good ones.
My favorite variation of it is from Cartoon Network. I don't know if you're familiar with this guy.
It sounds familiar.
But yeah, they do like ska covers of like cartoon theme music and like video game music and stuff, and it's genuinely really impressive. Like they actually play like all the instrument parts, like at one point you see them like playing guitar and like trumpet and like some other stuff too, and like he's like skanking in front of the camera. It's awesome.
Nice. Wong earlier had said very smugly, "My family knows exactly how to pronounce it, and I'm not telling you." And then they also said,
"Okay, that's fair."
They also said 2 trucks, but you were hiding from Neil Cicierega in an empty school. I love that. Pumped up Kicks energy. Okay, let's pop these other references open.
We made his bowler hat levitating.
Yes, it was a very specific request from the commissioner to do so with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You ever see like a Homestar Runner, like Homstar, like he'd have like the yellow bowler hat that would sometimes like fly off of his head?
Unfortunately, I am very underexposed to Homestar Runner as a whole, which is probably the greatest tragedy possible.
I don't know about that. I mean, like
the greatest tragedy possible.
Okay, if you say so. But yeah, like I remember like talking with Boo at one point where like we were both kind of like reminiscing about Homestar Runner, and like she was saying like oh yeah, that Homestar Runner has like made my sense of humor unhinged.
Good, as it should be. I know I would click with it so very easily, and I also know that I was like just a couple years of a generation outside of when that would have like been at the right age for me to follow it. So like I think that's where I come from, where I'm like, oh, this is sad that I haven't watched it.
I will say like it holds up okay. That being said, with like Flash Player like not really being supported by modern web browsers, it's definitely lost something. Like there used to be like all kinds of like weird interactivity with like the website, like the store section. Like if you like moused over things, it would like go do 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 do.
Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah. And yeah, it doesn't do that anymore because like it needed Flash Player in order to like make that work.
Yeah. I never understood why Flash Player was shut down. Like was that just a money thing? Like a support, like the cost of keeping it?
Well, it was Adobe, so probably.
It's always Adobe, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna start biting people. I'm gonna start biting corporate executives.
I did actually like get pretty, and I got cracked up like with the Adobe getting on Blue Skies memes that like got circulated around for a while.
absolutely destroyed in an instant, nuked from orbit, erased from this earthly plane as it should be. That was pure justice.
Yeah, well, just like, hey, here's Adobe on Blue Sky, where all of their pissed off former users are.
Remember, for a little while, people were having fun declaring whether or not they had more followers than the Adobe account.
Well, assuming you didn't screw over your user base, you probably do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would hope so.
People, I assume it might be a reference to Homestar Runner. They said, the cheat is grounded.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Yeah, there's a character in it called the Cheat, and it's specifically the cheat. Like, even when it makes no grammatical sense to like have him called that.
Oh, like a pimp named Slickback.
Kind of, yeah. But like, it's like, and another thing popped out. It was the Cheat.
Good. It's a good bit.
Yeah, the Cheat also like makes his own cartoons within like the universe of the cartoon itself.
Oh, heck yeah.
So there's like a series of cartoons within Homestar Runner called Powered by the Cheat. And they're like, ones that he made, and they look like they were like drawn in like a MS Paint, and like they have like really weird voice acting and stuff. Like some of them actually sound funnier than they do normally. Like strong baddies sounds like this.
I'm realizing now just how much of Homestuck was directly influenced by Homestar Runner now.
Oh yeah, not just Homestuck, but I say that Runner was influential a lot of stuff. One of the people that like worked on Homestar Runner wanted to be like for Gravity and voiced a character in it.
Oh.
So yeah, there's like definitely a little bit of like a Homestar's like sense of humor in that show too.
Yeah. Ooh, hold on. If I make the hat yellow too, then it can mimic the pants. That's fun. Okay. Maybe when we get orangey.
Did you ever see that? The polka dots are just making me think of like. Did you ever see that video for Splendor Man?
I've not heard of this before.
Well, you know who Slender Man is, right?
100%.
Splendor Man is like, he's kind of like a Slender Man, but instead of like making things creepy, he makes things like upbeat and cheerful. Yeah. It starts out like, typical like, Slender Man type stuff with like, there's like these two girls that like are filming themselves in a park, and like, and they're just being like, good friends, and like, their camera will glitch out, and there's like, it'll flash like images of kittens or hot air balloons or something cute, and just like yeah, you feel funny. It's like yeah, I feel weird. I don't really understand what's happening. Like, you see like there's like the Slender Man like thing like creeping up behind them, but he's got like polka dots on him, and like he's got like a bright cheerful face instead of like a blank face. And it's like it's Splendor Man, and then he gives them flowers and like thank you, Splendor Man.
That's really cute. Ooh, Wong's talking about the poker night games and how I probably would have really clicked with them. That's probably incredibly true. Poker Night 1 had Strong Bad, Max, Tycho from Penny Arcade, and Team Fortress 2's Heavy. Heck yeah.
Oh yeah, I do remember those. It took me a little while, but you could win different things from each of the characters because they would bet different things. You could win sunglasses from Strong Bad, and I think you could win a Luger from Sam, and it was.
Heck yeah. If I remember right, either GLaDOS was a playable character or she was an announcer type character. I just like GLaDOS, to be real.
GLaDOS is a damn mood.
The ultimate sass machine. Oh, okay, she was the dealer in Poker Night 2. Thank you. Perfect. As it should be. One of the scientists here mentioned that this outfit makes you look fat. Oh, but that's just a scientist. What does that mean? Oh, it's a female scientist, and her degree is in fashion from France. I think that's the only GLaDOS burn that I remember.
It says here that you are unlikable. It seems very clear. Unlikable. Black and white. You're adopted too, so that's funny.
And we weren't even testing for that. Perfect.
I still like how GLaDOS was kind of stuck in a little orb, and then Cave Johnson is going off on his lemons tirade, and just meanwhile GLaDOS is just yeah.
Take the lemons back. Get angry. He knows what we're all thinking.
All right. I've been thinking. When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Get mad. I don't want your damn lemons. What am I supposed to do with these?
Demand to see life's manager.
Back.
Yeah.
Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons. You will rue the day you tried to give Cave Johnson lemons.
Classic.
I'm going to have my engineers invent a combustible lemon to burn your house down.
It's never not good. It's also getting bleaker to look at, knowing that our CEOs are getting stupider and stupider by the day.
Well, I think they're not getting stupider, but they're just getting worse at hiding how dumb they are.
True.
You know what I mean? But yeah, we're just not convinced that they're smart anymore.
Never were. Wong says they like how GLaDOS calls out her previous humor when Wheatley is attached to the mainframe and trying to insult you in the same way. That's a good point. Oh, and then according to Peepo, Cave Johnson is also the professor from Whiplash. Nice.
Oh yeah, J.K. Simmons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was also a Tenzin in Legend of Korra.
Oh, I did not know that one.
But yeah, there was actually a little goof that somebody had made where they just took a video from a Legend of Korra and dubbed Cave Johnson over Tenzin. And Tenzin is yelling at Korra saying that he doesn't want her damn lemons.
Wait, that's really good. Okay, I should probably take my stream break.
Okay. Have a good break.
No, I just realized that Omni-Man is also the same voice as Cave Johnson.
Yeah, he is.
Oh no, there's good material there. Okay, but
Oh yeah. Well, like Cave Johnson dies and gets reincarnated as Omni-Man, and now we're all screwed.
born into a life with more power than just money. Oh dear. But yes, I'm gonna take 15 minutes. I'm gonna have a snack, take care of myself, and I hope you all do the same.
Okay, well, we'll see you back here in a little bit.
Yeah. Okie dokie, catch you soon. Be good. All right, all right. I'm back. Okay, I throw a little
laugh.
What? No. Me? Couldn't be. Yeah, if I throw just a little bit more color on this, I can send it to the
maybe.
Wong says, I did it! Connor, I fixed YouTube! We kicked off all of the advertisers? Oh, installed a plugin that disables shorts. Yeah, no, customize your stuff.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Always a correct answer.
But yeah, well, kicking off the advertisers would help. Like, some of them are just like, okay, I'm not even sure why this is allowed to advertise here.
You can't say the F word if you're uploading videos, but the ads, they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, like you can't say F word. They're allowed to like advertise a boobtastic browser game. That's their word, not mine. It's like, what even is that?
Uploaders don't have rights on
Actually,
YouTube.
don't answer. I don't want to know.
If you upload to YouTube, you've never had rights.
The only thing that I would say that like YouTube has over other platforms is just how ubiquitous it is.
Yep. 100%.
I mean, it's a good way to get your name out there just because, like, just about everybody uses it.
Yeah, same with, the prevalence of Google is everyone has a Gmail, and everyone uses Google as opposed to other search engines. Even though, the quality of some of those things have really tanked recently. Big surprise. Wonder why that is. Yeah. It'd be pretty hard to live your life Google-less, I feel. People have definitely done it.
Yeah, I think it would be. I mean, there's not really a lot of like viable alternatives, at least as far as I can tell, unless Bing is really good and I didn't know.
Yeah. Like, just think about the amount of websites where the alternative, like, login or create an account option is just connect your Gmail account.
Yeah.
Immediately just isolates anyone who isn't using Gmail. Like, no one has that set up for Yahoo or Hotmail or AOL.
Yeah, well, like, do people even use those?
Minority. They exist, I promise. Somewhere out there in the wild. Weirdly enough, a lot of my, like, concept of, how should I put, spread of email, like, service usage actually comes from the recent 4chan leak. Because, like, one of the things that leaked in that department was all of the emails of all of the staff. And so, on top of, embarrassingly, a large number of the staff using .edu email URLs to sign up for, the world's worst website, is that so very many of them were just straight up Gmail and then a couple of Yahoo's, Hotmails, AOLs, even though, like, supposedly this was a community that was, like, lording internet anonymity over everything, and then they're just sitting there using the most basic, common, and surface level, what is the right word? Provider. Yeah, provider. The most common providers possible, like, unapologetically and unthinkingly. Weird.
Well, like when I was in like mechanic school, like the edu domain for like the emails that we got as students, like they just went through Gmail.
Yeah, they're usually honestly a redirect.
Yep. But yeah, I remember like just seeing that and thinking like, wow, this is really goofy.
The omnipresence, the monopoly. That's actually what we should be calling it, and it should be treated like that, but we're not doing that for some reason. Weird.
I think that might be one of those other things that's a crime when other people do it.
Yeah. I've been tempted to sit down and, like, look at the jurisdictions for what does and doesn't count as a monopoly, because I feel like there are several corporations that are way past the point where they should legally be considered monopolies, but I know that another big facet of it is these companies having their fingers in the lobbying, so they've been able to change, like, what the credentials of a monopoly has to be before they can be sued off their pants and stuff like that. I don't know, man. Looking at you, Disney Corporation. You scare me.
Yeah, well, like Disney, like their whole business model is like own as much English language media as is possible, and essentially just reap the rewards of it.
100%. And then, like, localization rights, like, they're over here with, like, Ghibli halfway under their thumb. No, I think one of the biggest factors for why these companies aren't getting cracked down on as monopolies is probably the concept of, what's the term? I'm only thinking of the term shell company when, like, you own something and then that company owns something. So it's like this shitty little matryoshka of corporate ownership. So it's like, oh, we don't technically own this. We own X, and X owns Y, and then Y owns Z. That's my theory.
On them.
Yeah. Okay, I'm wondering if I can use distort twirl. Use the twirl effect. Where? Okay, center point's here. Okay, tension. Quite what we need. Use radius and shape. Oh, no, maybe tension should be higher. Isn't quite what I'm looking for. Oh? No. Okay. That's how ovular it is. No, I want this to, like, seesaw back and forth. I'm probably just gonna use the finger smudge tool. Wong says, on the bright side, we haven't reached the point of corporations of the alien universe yet. That's fair. Subnautica was really funny to me because a lot of the robot dialogue in there had implications of this corporate owning an entire planet and them like charging your bank account every time you take a natural resource to use in the survival game. And then you finish the game in the last line of dialogue as you're
funny, like isn't like the
Go ahead. Oh, I'm wondering if we just lost Zip there. Anyways, the last line of dialogue that happens as you're like finally floating outside of this giant space colony
I was just
ship.
in Alien, Weyland-Yutani is like the operation or something like that.
Oh, Zip, we're losing you. I think you're being delayed and robotified. Oh, rest in peace. But yeah, when you finally make it to the space colony ship, it says you have like 7 trillion, credits overcharged on your like whatever your account. You'll be able to land once you make up this difference or something like that. It's the most brutal capitalistic ending possible. Long says the drow is dead. Oh.
I think of Mal.
Oh? Wait, can you say that again?
The drow. Oh no!
Yeah.
Drow is dead?
It's you. You're being robotified, you're being chunked. Put through the ringer.
Okay. I'm going to try to disconnect and reconnect. That works.
Oh.
Sometimes it does.
Mm-hmm. That's not Fury.
No.
An imposter.
Hey.
Imagine my bamboozlement.
Oh, what do you say? Night of Fury? Like, oh, we go back, Fury. And it wasn't Fury.
Fury was like, I'll be right back. Let me try and turn.
We just kind of like there was like a revolving door, and like I left, and Dada came in.
It's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I saw you. I had to support you because it's Thursday.
Yeah, it's Thursday, my dudes.
Yeah. But you've been on for like 2 hours now. I did not realize that.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, chugging along, working on
I
commission.
gather you can understand me okay now, though, right?
For the moment, yes. We shall see.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Chunka.
Oh, I went ahead and sent you a strong bad email that I think is pretty funny.
Yeah,
So, just watch it whenever you feel like, I guess.
Yes, I'll very likely be peeping it after stream at some point. Thank you. Okay, I think I need to change the contrast on this thing. Not the whole drawing, but just the static. Yes. Okay. Get those for now. Wong says, help, it's 3:45 and they still can't get out of bed.
Oh, man. You know what? To be fair, I dozed off, so I can't judge you.
Being consumed by the covers.
Oh, yeah, I have some blankies on me.
I usually work no. I have no leg to stand on here.
Noah said they're reading a fluff manga and want to give both leads a hug because they're telling their parents they like each other and crying about it. Cute.
Huh?
Hello.
It's a fluff manga.
It implies that the content is lightweight and soft, so it's like feel good and not too complicated. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, like, maybe like the light of a family or something like that.
Did you say the light of a family?
I said the lighter bits of like a Spy Family.
Oh, yeah. If you took out all of the action from Spy Family, then it would be a pure fluff anime. Spy X Family does have some fluff, but it's definitely not the focus.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I kind of feel like the fluff is the appeal.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you know, like
regardless.
yeah, well, like there's like this thing with like there's like this group of people that needed to like pretend that they're a family that loves each other, and they did such a good job that it ended up actually being true.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I could change one thing about Spy X Family, I would want Yor to have a subplot written in, like, not constantly, but very presently, wherein her and Lloyd are unknowingly working against each other at most missions. That's what I want.
Or maybe just have something just for her where
That would be pretty
involve him.
funny.
I want them to be, like, just missing each other around, like, the corner of, like, a hallway and, like, almost effing up each other's entire missions because they're, like, just 2 steps, like, to the left of each other. And it's like, by the skin of your teeth, this almost ruined everything every time.
Oh man, what if it was actually Lloyd that shot Yor in the butt?
See, and that's why it would be so funny, and because they wouldn't know it was each other either. And then they go home, and then they pretend to be fake married, and they love their daughter together mutually. And they have, like, a romance.
Yes.
That's what I would want if I could change one anything in the Spy X Family. Oh my god, Noah just said it's Phineas and Ferb. And also pointed out that Anya would still know. Yes, absolutely.
Well, Anya's the only one that really has anything close to a complete picture of what's going on.
Yeah. It would be more hair
That is
raising
pretty
for
funny.
her. Okay, I get to open a sprite now. We're gonna switch to pixel art.
Yes.
Dookie. Switchy, switchy. Make a random size canvas right now. That's fine. And I gotta switch it over on Discord too, not leave you high and dry.
I mean, that would be pretty funny. Just like, yeah, I'm doing all this cool stuff, but you can't see it, Fury.
I've accidentally done that before. Oh, and I accidentally peeked into the Clubhouse chat and was drawing inanely cool things.
Like the Kieran Leviticus, that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That was the last thing. Brooke's always doing something cool, though.
I know. Why can't I find the button to switch over what I'm sharing? This is annoying.
Yeah, go take your time.
I don't want to take my time. I'm supposed to be entertaining.
You're always
I find you entertaining.
There it is. There it is. I'm competent. I can do a thing. I can do a thing.
You can do all the things.
Yay! Okay, we have a couple of...
By the way, being free, do stand up.
Oh, that got totally remixed. Not able to understand.
Do I need
this.
to like disconnect again?
Try re-saying what you said.
Can you understand me now?
Yeah. More or less, yeah.
Okay. Just asking if the stand weaknesses, like, do those apply to mode? Is she vulnerable to like iron or anything like that?
Oh, traditional Fae rules. Wong says, Fury, you are a living YouTube poop of yourself. I don't think I'd apply traditional Fae.
And my own YouTube poop.
I don't think I'd apply traditional Fae lore to Moat, because that character, I'm writing her more from a standpoint of getting to design wasps into cute girls. I'm gonna be so honest.
Okay, I can get behind this.
I like
Are you talking about the cute bee?
Yeah, my little wasp character.
Oh,
Are there cute
Hot
wasp
Rod,
boys,
I said
too?
hello to you.
I'm not sure I heard that.
Oh, hello, Hot Rod. I'm so sorry. Hey, how you doing?
Wong says, women are wasps. You scared of them?
I'm afraid of wasps. When they want to sit down, I just let them have the whole chair.
Okay, I'm reading this commission request a couple of times. Short animation, gacha style redeem. Different forms of mascot. Box opening animation. Character opening up something like a rabbit hutch, and then a flash of different colors depending on the rarity. Okay, a pixel art rabbit hutch? No, Noah responded to the women are wasps joke with is it because they keep stabbing me?
It's because I have a allergic reaction to them.
Okay, I'm gonna make this 10 by 80 for now. It might get changed later. I have to remember, this is a repeat client, and so we're going to be kind of matching some of the style with some older stuff. But I think the bigger question is, at what level did I upscale the exports for them? Noah says, if I had a nickel for every time one of my cousins dug their nails into their arm enough to draw blood, they'd have a nickel for each of their cousins.
Oh my goodness.
I assume they're younger cousins, yeah. Brats being brats.
Are they okay?
Children are vicious.
No, I just don't.
Some children are pretty cool.
Just pat them on the head.
Okay, so this person is looking for a rabbit hutch-shaped gacha box for things to come out of, but the first problem that's hitting me here is that all of these have mesh siding to some degree, so you'd see what you're getting. I could make it like a silhouette of a rabbit, and then when it is opened, then you would see what it is. That could be it. Wong says that women with claws and prominent fangs is my type. Based.
Oh, yeah. Women with fangs. Everybody's into that.
Noah says draw some. Based. Ooh, Noah says
Noah's thing, yeah.
their cousin, as a baby, had this thing that she liked to do where she'd reach for their glasses to try and grab them, but she couldn't close her hands and they just fell off. They just fall off their face. I threw it on the ground.
Just come right off your face there. Yeah, I took it and I threw it on the ground.
We're also mentioning having their character, like their persona, opening the door, but I'm wondering how much that's going to complicate this in terms of scale. Rabbits are small, people are big. That's the thing.
Make it so the human has to crawl through the door, the rabbit door.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there you go. And then they get stuck partway through. It'll be like Winnie
They
the
like
Pooh.
it. They like crawling through things. They want to be a rabbit too.
I want to be a rabbit so I can get stuck in holes like Winnie the Pooh.
Whoa.
It's
Well, I didn't go that far. You guys heard that, right? I didn't say anything. Well, I was thinking that, because someone else could have walked by,
You're so innocent, Dada.
I am.
Okay, I kind of hate that Ace Spray only wants to lock to, rounded numbers of, zoom in. It's because 200 is, just enough for you to, have to adjust where the timeline is. So, hi, Kyupin. Howdy, hey. Yes, we are doing some pixel art shenanigans.
yeah, I'm all about the pixel art shenanigans.
Hey. I feel like I'd be pretty happy if I could find a gig doing pixel art, quote unquote, permanently.
Right. Challenge accepted.
Did you apply for that animation job?
I don't even know which one you're talking about, but the answer is almost certainly yes.
Okay, well, the one that was in LA.
Oh, yeah, just throw it in. Worst thing that happens is that it gets automatically filtered out, and I don't hear anything, but I probably don't hear anything anyways.
I just got a response back from a job that I applied to, I think, a year ago.
Wow.
To tell me that they couldn't take me.
It took them a whole year to decide.
Well, it was awkward. Then they needed to psych themselves up to do it.
Me? Literally me?
They're doing it through email. What's the psych up?
They're intimidated by your power, Dada.
All right. Okay. Thank you for thinking that I have power, I guess.
Wong says that they find pixel art annoying. I find it meditative. Translation. I like the annoying part.
I like seeing pixel art too.
I guess I don't have to have it just be one rabbit either. We could have, like, the silhouettes of multiple rabbits in here.
Oh,
and then
okay.
they open the door and then one comes out.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Or maybe multiple come out and like it just won't stop. Like you opened the infinity hutch. What have you done?
Oh my god. Color mode should be set to indexed. That's weird. Oh wait, no, index is not what I want. I need RGB. Okay, yes. There we go. So we then do good old chicken wire over top. I don't have to worry about this too much. In fact, I'll probably only do it to one door for now. Mm-hmm. And I should probably widen the other parts of this.
You do this so fast. I just can't believe it.
Definitely tell now that these are uneven this way.
Is this the rough portion?
Oh, very much so.
Okay.
I'm kind of just tossing in the shapes that I want for now. I should put
I'll be honest, I actually have no idea what a rabbit hutch even looks like.
There's a lot of ways they can look. I could kind of chibi-fy this more. I think maybe the squatter dimension is a little bit better. Here. Because we can kind of go chibi with what the character doing, and then I do think I'm going to want a little bit of a triangle roof on this thing. We're going to be kind of isometric, I'm thinking. We'll see these sides.
Yeah, make it isometric, give it that sort of really old, like a console RPG feel.
Cute, 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 cute. Actually, now that I increased that, we have enough room to apply some door handles here. Then I'm going to want to open up... Can I... Wish I could drag this off screen. Alpha Metroid Pixel Walk. Yeah, so we're working with this character again.
Oh, that guy.
Yes, I should probably just grab a copy of the character. New layer, we'll name you Ref. I'm thinking that, yeah, we'll probably chibi-fy them for this. No in chat said, actually, you know what, Connor? Now's the time to get me to watch Robot Show as well. They're going to claim me. I'm not getting out of this one. No! No! I guess the other thing that I could do, I could have it be a raised hutch. It is an option. I'm gonna shrink you a little more, I'm thinking. Wong says they don't recommend TV shows anymore because their friends can't finish animes.
Animes are so long, I have to like slot out a whole weekend to watch it.
As long as I'm not being recommended something that already has 5 seasons, you know?
Yeah.
You know, that's the only thing that like people that I know even watch. It's like I can't watch this 12 episode show that you think is good because I'm already in the middle of like the 3rd season out of 6 of this other show.
They're so in deep that they're in a show watching debt, is what it is.
Yeah, I could probably do 2 seasons in one weekend.
It's like I could watch Evangelion, but they only have the first season. Oh. Yeah, I see how you got quite the setback.
Okay. I'm trying to think of a pose to put the body standing in, and I'm only thinking of the had to do it to him pose right now, and it's the worst. I guess he does have a cane.
Oh, is he? I mean, what about him sitting or something? Or
Definitely not sitting, because then I'd have to animate them getting out of the sitting position before going to the door to open it.
oh, what if he's already reaching towards the door and he just like opens it? Like he's kind of like lying and and then he just kind of pushes it and then.
Oh, he's in bed. And like he just kind of like he's reaching for his alarm clock, but it's not there. It's just a rabbit hutch, and like he just opens the door instead.
Kind of
cute.
Sorry, I don't even know where that came from.
he could probably use his cane to do that actually to open the door.
Fun. You know, yeah.
Oh yeah, he throws his cane at like a javelin at the door, and then it comes open.
I was thinking more push it open because of the length of the cane.
Oh, okay.
Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's about 12 seconds. And let's propose.
This guy reminds me a little bit of Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah. Agreed. This commissioner actually hasn't shared with me what their Twitch username is, so I have not been able to visit myself.
You should ask them.
I haven't been nosy enough to try and hunt them down without asking either.
Yeah.
Okay, a little bit of a head turn.
I choose to believe that he just reads Edgar Allan Poe poetry on stream. That's just what it is.
Qualifies as ASMR.
That's the kind of ASMR I could get behind, honestly.
Okay, how long were the arms here? Not crazy. Enough for me to start having him back away from the door before it opens. Okay, we're getting looser here, but I suppose that's fine. Let's turn red and blue tint on. Also lower the opacity. Okipipo says, better than Kafka.
Oh yeah, read Kafka's ASMR.
Say nevermore.
Wong says, say nevermore.
Gregor Samsa woke up in his bed a monstrous vermin.
That's me every day, though. It's already a monstrous vermin. I'm an artist. According to capitalism, I'm already that.
Boy, how times have changed. In Kafka's time, just like, wow, isn't this like freaky and horrific? And 21st century is like, no, this is just how I normally wake up.
Take it a little farther back.
Oh yeah, like speaking of Edgar Allan Poe, have you seen The Fall of the House of Usher?
Oh, I'm not familiar with it.
It's a Netflix series by Mike Flanagan, and it's every episode will reference an Edgar Allan Poe story or poem.
Oh.
And most of the character names are like a reference to his writing as well. And it's genuinely really good. And the main character like quotes the Raven in like the last episode, and like, you know, he's like he's got one of those like perfect like poetry reading voices for, especially for like really macabre poetry. It's like a deep into that darkness peering, long have I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting. Just like, damn.
Nice. It definitely takes a specific kind of voice to pull off a good spooky tone.
It does. I mean, I know I'm not really quite pulling it off, honestly, but you know, this guy, like, yeah, he nailed it.
Messy. Just like back some more. I'm not loving this. We're gonna travel back to about here.
Wow,
I'm impressed,
you do
though.
that so fast. Now I'm seeing how it happens.
Yeah, I
You
know,
just
right?
pull things apart and then move it.
I want 2 frames of anticipation here, I'm thinking.
Yeah, this is so cool, right, Dada?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna take a copy. 12. It's gonna be us going back into position.
Oh man, today is pre-Friday. I forgot about that. Tomorrow's Thursday.
Pre-Friday.
Mm-hmm.
It's the first day back to work for me.
I need to draw. I haven't drawn in a few days. Well, completed the drawing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a little while since I've done anything other than just like a doodle sheet. I mean, not that those aren't fun, because they are. But at the same time, it's like, I should probably do something a little bit more substantial.
Polished.
Yeah, like doodle sheets kind of feel like they're kind of like the artistic equivalent of eating ice cream for dinner, if that makes any sense.
They're self-indulgent. Everyone
Kind
likes
of, yeah.
Everyone likes them, and they don't have all the basic groups. the basic food groups of a finished piece.
Yeah. Like, they got no backgrounds, they got no color, they got no shading. The lines are messy, but boy, we're having fun though.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this pulls the doors a little, and they pop open.
Yeah, this guy hangs out with rabbits a lot, right?
Yes.
Are you thinking of Maelstrom too?
Yeah. Literally a purple themed spooky guy with dark rabbits.
Yeah. Okay, I can't be the only one who's thinking about this right now, right?
Can't make every OC completely original. Just doesn't happen.
No, you can't. But at the same time, just like the resemblance here is almost a little eerie.
Ooh, Wong says that their cousin was recently diagnosed with a form of schizophrenia. Well, I hope that leads to some really good education on how to manage that.
I mean, the medication's pretty good nowadays. My aunt is functional.
Yeah.
She lives a pretty normal life when she's taking it.
Yeah. And Wong, I know your cousin's a bit young too. Catching it early is also a pretty good thing because, then you're not spending your life with no coping mechanisms and no support system wondering why you're wrong. Why you feel wrong.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I hope they end up being okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you were saying though, catching a lot of stuff early, that makes your chances of managing it that much better. So that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, undiagnosed schizophrenia is a
piece of work.
Hassle to deal with.
Okay. I have to make some more space at the bottom of the canvas, I'm feeling. Wong says that they regularly talk together because they're both the biggest introverts in the family. That tracks. Let me actually view back into position some. I want the door to kind of just overtake this guy so that he completely vanishes off screen. I'm going for here. Actually, yeah, let's erase you all together. Gonna steal this. And edit, transflip, horizontal. Get this reference. Maybe behind the door here, we might see just a little bit of you here. And we're gonna
Maybe
want
like a little bit of his foot under like the door.
yeah, something like that. And we're gonna need one more in between here. And sprite canvas size. Bring this down. And erase some of the top. Boop. I put a bar on all of these frames. That's annoying. Okay, there we go.
Oh, it's almost 5. But I can't say that on the air. That I'm about to consume something.
I mean, weed is legal. I'm pretty sure that's Twitch appropriate. I've never heard of anyone getting a slap on the wrist for mentioning stuff like that.
Yeah, just a teeny tiny bit, just a little.
Yeah.
Oh, you missed 420.
Oh no, I got it. That's why I got these, because of 420.
I think Fury was referring to the clock time, not the date of the month.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think I would have a real problem if I consumed weed every day at 420.
Did I end up? What? Did I draw this in the background layer?
I hope not.
Okay, copy paste, and then.
Oh, you can't just Control Z it?
Well, but then I miss the drawing. However, if I do it this way, then I still have the drawing intact.
Oh.
See, this is why you're in charge.
Solve the problem by having weed for more than just every 420 everyday Dota.
Noah's giving bad advice using the text-to-speech.
Oh. Speaking of kitties, you may hear Graham having a fuss.
Oh, no, thank you.
Let's take a sliver
I
of
don't
you.
need that much.
Oh, Noah, you're just full of terrible advice, aren't you?
Honestly, I'm probably going to end up having to throw away because I think the packaging is only good for like 6 months.
Oh.
So I don't consume them quickly enough, so I end up throwing them away.
I mean, better safe than sorry, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes, Noah is incorrigible.
Hey Noah, could I have some advice on fixing my car? just whatever advice you want to give me.
Oh my god.
What you got, buddy?
You're like, yeah, hit me with it. Hurt me good.
Mm-hmm. You always given me all the worst advice you could. Well, I can take it, and now I can give it back.
Okay, playback. I want to change the frame rate. Okay, yeah, frame properties. Milliseconds is currently 100. Time to do some math.
Oh no, math.
Disgusting.
So 1,000 milliseconds in a second. If I want to make this 8 frames per second. How many times does 8 frames per second here? Okay, 60 divided by 8 is 7.5. Then times milliseconds. Would that wouldn't be times 1,000, no. So would it be 1,000 divided by 7.5?
Luigi house, but it mansion.
Okay, that's a more reasonable number. That would be 133.3 repeating. So if I turn this to that. This is chunkier than I'd prefer this. Fox used the TTS to say Luigi House, but at Mansion. Kippen said they'd play that. Hold on. Kippen, I don't think you've heard. I'm pausing the music. Let's see if I can find this really quickly. No, that's the wrong one. Check my memes channel. Oh, thank you. True, because I'm the one that posted it. Boop. Here we go. Luigi House, but it mansion. Luigi House, but it mansion. I did like this at 100 frames instead.
So when the door is open, shouldn't he be visible behind the chicken wire too?
Yeah. I'll think about that later, though.
Okay. I mean, we're off to a good start, I think.
Yes. So another thing that's going to need to happen, a couple of frames of... Let's do new layer. A couple of frames of, like, fanfare rays.
Yeah, all the fanfare rays. So if you did like a Dr. Livesey animation with like a Hethoses, like which ones would you go with?
Wait. A what animation?
Oh, Docky, like a, like a from like the Russian Treasure Island guy. That one.
Russian Treasure.
Yeah, they decided to like make a Dr. Livesey for the Russian Treasure Island, like this like absurdly like manly character, like he's like got like this like crazy muscular build, and like he like struts everywhere he goes, and like there's like this meme where like it's playing this funk music as he's walking guys, and they're just like walking over to like a table to sit down, but it's like it's really goofy.
Okay, yeah. Noah in chat said the Livesy Funk Walk.
Yes, that.
I'm pretty sure I've seen it before, I just didn't, like, know the source. So who would I
okay.
animate a strut of? I feel like, in Heatherev, the character Hudson, that would be fun to do one of.
Yeah, he seems the most likely to like strut everywhere he goes, and like he's already really manly and like how he's built, so I guess that makes sense.
Just scoop this here, but no, if this. No, you do not have enough variations, you. Okay, we're gonna have to draw a couple of these new frames by hand.
Yeah, I know it didn't like quite like hear you like cracking your knuckles after like you said that, but I imagined you doing it. Just guess we'll have to do it by hand. Crack your knuckles.
I cannot ever crack my knuckles. It does not work for me. However, the energy, 100% there. I think the only times my knuckles have ever cracked is when I've clumsily smacked them into things.
That's totally what I mean. Just like, yeah, you're not.
I'm not strong enough.
But yeah, that's what I mean. Like, yeah, you're not doing it.
Oh, you are being.
That just means that you're enjoying good condition.
You're being chunkified, my friend. Oh, how did I lower the opacity on only one of these images? You can do that? Instead of the whole layer? That's wild. Okay, did not know that was a thing.
Okay. New knowledge acquired.
Yeah, for real. This one, half decent. Let's take a copy of this. Just so that I can have the onion skin of both of these. That will show me some of the zones that I've neglected to do any overlap with. Until that I've entered focus brain mode, the conversation's becoming thin.
I'm just watching now.
Yeah, this is very much in the rough stage where I'm just kind of throwing something down to get the idea of what we're going to be doing. Oop, not you, but you. Okay. Now, if I copy these two, Paste.
It's a Sierra. I see you over there, buddy.
Hi.
Okay. Let's bring this down a couple of layers. And then up here, new layer. Let's make a color fill behind everything. Boop. Okay, we're missing part of the line here. Yes, I see you. You into white. Paste, 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 paste.
Sorry if you were saying something.
Wait, let me
Oh, hello, Six.
turn onion skin off.
Hello.
What?
Hi, Sierra.
Still here?
I have to go with a less chaotic version of this, actually. We take this original one. Oh, hold on. Those were for the white fill. That explains it. All of these. Copy, paste. Then rotate you. Paste. Two. Actually, looks like that was. Ooh. Wait. Interesting. Okay, that's fine. Take you this way. This would be a complete flip. Doesn't look that far off because it's almost a mirror image. So that means get away with copying these four and then pasting them back in. It looks so silly right now. Does look more controlled than the random ray, though. I'm just gonna have to make a different version of it where the edges are not an issue. Also thinking maybe if I grab him and start the slide a little bit later or less severely, the actual slide that's happening might look a little less silly and sudden. It's 2 frames of difference.
Yeah, like the using the cane though, it's reminding me a little bit of like a carnival barker. You know?
That's a really good one.
Yeah, it's like a step right up, step right up.
Mm-hmm. Get your gotcha rabbits.
Yeah, get your gotcha rabbits.
Wong in my chat says, the intricacies of recreational coffee intrigues them. As someone who can only stand the taste of coffee if it's filled with sugar, I kind of get it. Like, at that point, it's what can you get it to taste like? But, like, people who just, slam a cup of black coffee to get through their day, you're valid too. I get it. Take care of yourself.
Oh, I drink so much coffee. Yeah, like I take my coffee black too. Yeah, I remember like somebody like pointed out to me that like liking bitter flavors is apparently like supposed to be like tied in with like antisocial behavior or something like that.
Huh.
I'm not sure how true it actually is beyond it being. I mean, it's more meme than fact as far as I understand it, but there is like some correlation.
Yeah. See, when I hear that, I become a little guarded to accept it because I understand antisocial in the context of diagnosable terms such as antisocial personality disorder, and not necessarily just, oh, I don't like people, I'd rather have a coffee and a good book, So, like, there's different levels where that could be anywhere from silly to, like, perhaps a little stereotyping or dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, I still think it was like well, that's a hell of a thing to say to somebody that you don't know, but okay.
Wait, a stranger told this to you?
Yes.
That's wild.
As I was like, just filling up my like coffee cup with like a black coffee.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to make anyone uncomfortable just walking up to them and saying stuff like that. You're trying to still make this even. Put you at 150 wide and 150 tall for now. It's gonna put a nasty bar on everything again.
No, it's letterboxed.
For your convenience. Okay, I'm gonna be annoying. I'm gonna fill all these in.
No, that my cinematic effect.
Curse your vintage media. No one is nostalgic for the bad parts of it.
Yeah, you young whippersnappers don't know how to appreciate the bad parts of classic media.
But really, what becomes like the aesthetic of like, oh, let's make a piece of media look old is always kind of the most obtrusive part of it, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's kind of like putting like scan lines in like modern like films and stuff like that. I mean, in some ways, I think it actually does like enhance the effect. It kind of depends on what you're going for and what you're trying to make it look like and why you're trying to make it look like that.
Yeah. Adding
like
the
in the cases of like analog horror and stuff like that, like I 100% get that.
Adding the crunch of a Xerox copied hand-drawn animation.
Yeah,
I
mean, I'm kind of into that, honestly.
Puts me back into the era of 101 Dalmatians and Oliver and Company.
Oh yeah, Bronze Age Disney.
Mm-hmm. Wait, did they actually call it Bronze Age? I did this on the wrong layer. Gosh darn it.
I think they did, yeah. Yeah,
well, their bronze is my gold.
But yeah, like I think broadly, like the Disney movies that switched from like a hand-lined cells to Xeroxed cells that like just kind of looked a little fuzzy and a little weird.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think that's usually considered broad Disney. A real Disney fan can probably correct me on that.
Yeah, that's fair.
I will freely admit that I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That said, I do kind of like that look.
Yeah. Adds texture.
But then again, some of those are like some of my favorite Disney movies.
Mm-hmm. Kippen's talking about Oliver and Company, and particularly the piano scene. Is that...
Oh, the one with
Go ahead.
was that like the one with Dodger on like the piano and it's being raised up like into a window? That one.
Yeah, I was thinking either that or the Perfect Isn't Easy song. I'm trying to remember if that had a piano in it. Okay, put you down.
I'm not even sure I remember that song, to be honest.
Oh, so Oliver and Company is one among the very early films where they started using CGI and started using it halfway decently too. So if you go back and watch the Perfect Isn't Easy song, you get this gorgeous shot of spiral staircases, a character walking up them, and camera movement. No way they could have done that by hand animating.
I think I know the one you're talking about now. It's the one that was like sung by the poodle, right?
Yes. And then a lot of the vehicles were also CG.
Yeah, like Sykes's Lincoln.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was CG, right? Or in the driving scenes, rather, it was.
Yeah. Honestly, I think all of the vehicle exterior shots were CG. I can't say the same for the interior, but most of what I remember in spotting them was outside.
I think the interior shots were still hand done.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a long time since I've actually watched that movie, so I seem to remember that some of like the exterior shots when like the vehicle was just parked, that was like still hand drawn. But again, I might be wrong.
I'm still gonna need a bigger.
Like I'm trying to remember. I haven't seen in like I don't even know at this point, like 15 years, something like that. Yeah, like,
Dota7 donated a buttload of subs.
Jeez. Like, that's
Thank
probably a
you.
reference to the fact that he's voiced by Billy Joel.
Oh, awesome. Also, Dada slunk off to go take a nap and also just threw like several gifted subs. Girl.
Aw.
Thank you. Please take care of yourself first.
Well, that's our Dada. She's always looking out for folks.
Okay.
Hey, you know it, I know it.
I ended up accidentally making this a 2-frame deal, so let's take this back. Is this a third then? One, 2, diagonal. Hold on. I'm confusing myself. Okay, copy you, paste you. 1, 2, 3. Maybe put you, take all of these actually. Paste you in. And then one more. Is that even? Kinda. One of the people at Dada got it was lurking. Tawny, get gotcha'd. Good to see you. I hope you're having a good day.
Yeah, get you gotcha rabbits.
It's always really funny to have secret lurkers who don't speak up. It's like, I want to go out, I want to start shaking the bushes like, who's here? I smells you. I'm gonna get a sniff. Oh, and Wong is talking about maybe streaming.
Okay.
Yeah, bro has been angling to start doing streams oriented around retro games. So if you like that, pokes my little eyebrows up at Wong. I believe they'll be live on YouTube and not Twitch. Okay, now... what if I just... oh boy, this is...
Draw a circle.
violence. Or, hold on, can I clip this to a layer beneath it? Do this. You're on this layer. I can clip this to a layer beneath. Oh, that's merged down. I wish you had something like, well, okay. What I can do, this is still helpful. No, one more. There we go. There we go. Then, on each of these frames, to this. A little annoying that I'm gonna have to go back and select it again. But, copy, paste, paste. Now, don't have to worry about the corners, and I'm probably gonna like dither the edges when it's finished. It'll just make it a little easier to look at. Does also make me realize I'm probably gonna want one frame where the shape is expanding into frame 2. Okay, there's no way for me to expand this from the center, like pivot, is there?
Did it just get toasty in here?
Hola, soy tostada.
Hello. Hope you're having a good day, bro.
I'm just organizing housing for the summer. I got a 3-month internship, 3-4-month internship that I need to just have housing for.
Noah Shaken
They
Nuke
pay
threw
really
6
good,
bits at us.
So
That's
here's hoping I can stick around with them.
yeah, that's awesome.
I think so the plan is start working for them internship, right? And then they pay $22 an hour right now for the internship. They will move up to about I think it's either $95K for the salary and with benefits, and then they'll push it from there. But also they'll offer like part-time work over top of the semester, and I'm pretty excited for that. I don't have very intensive semesters next year, so I'm not too worried about it. So if I do get the part-time thing, I'll be happy and dandy.
Absolutely sending you all my spare luck, bro.
Hell yeah.
Why did that
What are you going to be doing?
Mechanical engineer, so I'm currently signed on to the fire safety division, but I can also just sign on to the regular like industrial level like plumbing business. So it doesn't matter, but I'm moving liquids from one spot to another regardless.
Okay. Well, that sounds pretty
It all
good.
has to do with like fluid mechanics, and there's if any of you are interested, there's an equation, that a governing equation. It's not Reynolds transport theorem, but it's not, but it is. It's P1 plus rho GH1 plus. Oh, I'm not streaming.
I'm gonna call it a Schrodinger's Reynolds.
Unplugged
plus
Professor has
1/2
just refreshed their subscription to Stinky
rho
Otters RS.
V1 squared plus the work of a pump of the
Professor,
chloride.
thank you.
and then that's equal to
And also
P2
thank you,
plus
Noah.
rho
Why is
GH2
everyone pouring
plus
love on me on the
1/2
last couple of minutes of
rho
stream?
V squared.
Good grief. Thank you.
2
I hope you're all taking care of yourselves.
the work of
I
a
hope you're putting
turbine.
yourself first. Taking care of you and
over
your
Q,
own.
and you'd think that this would be a lot of math over here. This is the simple
Anything
part.
past
The
that
complex
is more
part
than
is this
appreciated.
delta PL term
Just
over
got
here.
home. You had to do it. Now it's
This-
too late.
Delta PL term is the
Oh.
nightmare of most like normal people, because you could get the layman to understand all of this. Like this is basic algebra. This over here, this delta PL term,
Mhm.
that's a lot of experimental analysis shit. So it's all taken directly from labs, and requires a lot of books.
Are we cooking any of them by chance?
Huh?
We're cooking the books. I knew it.
No, we're not cooking any books, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Okay.
We're cooking steel, high carbon content steel.
Ooh.
But basically it's just a lot of plumbing. That's it.
Yeah.
And then after a while I'll be able to like graduate to like bigger things and stuff like that. So
And it's very important work, so you can, at least do something that's gonna matter.
I help buildings not catch on fire. That's
Exactly.
what I do.
Yeah.
When they catch on fire, it is my job to design the systems that put out said fire.
Yeah. Good old sprinklers.
Yay. Sprinkler systems. What is My Little Pony doing in my servers? What is it doing here?
This is at frame 31. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Copy.
Yeah, absolutely. Buildings not catching on fire. That's important.
We support that in this house.
Yeah, it is.
This house that is not on fire, and if it were, it'd be okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
As somebody who lives in a building,
It's okay. I'm here. I say as a mechanical engineer.
I'm very glad I'm
House
not
is
on
current.
fire right now.
Holding all building dwellers in your bosom.
What was it? The building catches on fire. I sit down to do a bunch of math. I do the calculations. I go, yep, that building's screwed, and then I walk away.
Engineers! Yeah! For the win!
I like to imagine that they summon you with like a bat signal, but it's got like a bread on it, you know? Just
Bread!
project a slice of bread onto some clouds.
Whew. Yeah.
Oh no, the toast signal.
Toast guy! Wasn't there a...
Hey, get that one guy over here with the toast avatar in his Discord profile picture.
I'm trying to think. There was a toast-based superhero in at least one cartoon. This might have been... Was this Ren and Stimpy? Is that what I'm thinking of?
Yeah, Ren and Stimpy had powdered toast man.
That's probably what I'm thinking of. Okay,
Yeah, he's flied backwards, and and like it's a very John K thing to have been invented. Now that I'm thinking back on it,
A Sprite is being very stubborn right now.
Which I don't think I'm going to get into on stream, just because that just feels rude.
That, and I'll also be wrapping stream pretty soon. Ooh, Cookie Cat's in chat, and they said that they got a new rock tumbler and have been tumbling rocks recently. That's awesome.
Hell yeah. We do love tumbling rocks.
Become smooth.
I'm putting my brain in the rock tumbler to make it smooth.
Finally.
Little human boy, don't put your brain in the rock tumbler.
Oh my god, this tumbler's full of rock and sliding.
Rockin' crackin'.
As we've discussed, I should not put my brain in the roller because it's made out of pre-chewed gum.
Cookie.
It's just going to get the rock all sticky.
Cookie says, I don't think it'll fix it. Or, no, I don't think it'll fit.
Right?
You fool. You vastly overestimate us.
I didn't say that was very much gum.
You know, the copy... Am I doing this to the... I was doing this to the wrong layer the whole time. That's why this wasn't working. Oh my god. My brain's smoob.
Santa Maria Mare.
Yeah, no, I was doing that to the white color fill this whole time. Okay, this is 12 frames of waiting. 2 frames pause. Let's add 1 pause there. 2. How does that feel? Okay. And if this is 12 frames per second, then this is probably about 4 seconds of animation? If my math is right, I think we're still at 100 milliseconds. Okay, well, this is a half-decent rough. I should be able to save as... Alpha Metroid. Gotcha, Hutch. Boop. Cookie says they can't tumble a pea-size am out of gum? Wait, a pea-sized am out of gum? Trying to figure out if there's a typo in there or not, or if I'm just going insane. Oh, am short for amount. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Oh, you can really tell the streamer brain's starting to hit. Why not both? Understandable. Half day. Luigi house, but at mansion.
But yeah, like a pea-sized amount of gum. That accurately describes what my brain is like.
And watermelon flavored. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, delicious. It's Trident.
Ooh. Okay, I can tell that my brain is also gum, so we're gonna raid out. So let's raid. I have decided that I'm gonna send chat over to Goblin Hugger. They are playing something called Clear Obscure, Expedition
Goblin Hugger?
33. You said 100? Anyways, Goblin Hugger is a Lovecraftian horror VTuber. They use they them pronouns and have a fantastic vibe. So be good to streamer, be good to each other, and most importantly, be good to yourselves. We'll catch you around sometime. Thank you so much for the company. Oh, and don't spoil yourselves on Claire Obscura. True. I don't know much about the game, but if it's heavily story-based, there's your warning. Okay, ta-ta. Take care.